All right, folks, on 1 through 24, if you'll hold up on your practice, please. Reset your pins or throw that in the spare if you need to. All bowlers, practice time's over. Like Houston's wild cards. Yes. Folks, again, you have your scorecards. Please do fill them out completely so we can keep track of everything and keep them on those clever clips behind each pair. On behalf of Steve, Mike, Dana, the crew, and back, hey everybody, and all of our sponsors, thank you so much for being with us this weekend. We hope you have a great time. We're all here to help make that happen. Color bars are coming up on your screens. Folks, when you have a full set of pins and those color bars appear, you can begin your tournament competition. You're all set. Good luck, folks. Bow well.
Good morning. How are we doing out there today? I seem really loud. Is it just me? All right, good people. We are back at it this morning. Squad 3. They all seemed ready to get it going too, despite the earliness. It is obviously just past 7 a.m. Mountain Time. But this is a very, very talented group, just like squads 1 and 2 were. If you were to just, you know, essentially take 1 and 2 and add in some U.S. Open champions, for example. I didn't even know Robert Lawrence was bowling today. Robert Lawrence is bowling. I knew Francois Lavoie was bowling, but I don't think Robert Lawrence's name, unless I just looked over it. But anyway, Rob Law's bowling. There's Anthony Lavery Spar.
Better myself, so I won't even try.
In fact, thanks to Jeff Hemer. Again, on 19 and 20, Martin Neal, Anthony Lavery Spar, Dwight Burns, and Jacob Gill. Then on 21 and 22, Eric Haggerton, Robert Lawrence, Marcus Medina, and Brian Skidmore. Then on 17 and 18, Brandon Knowles is bowling, Bill Wood, Chelsea Tonsing, who is out. A very nice start. She just threw a fantastic shot on 18. Andrew Kane rounds out 17 and 18. Just in this area alone. Really good players. I mentioned Brent Bowers bowling, Francois Lavoie, Derek Lewis. Those 3 players with Wichita, Kansas ties. The Phoenix crew of Kevin Jenkins, Chris Clerk, of course, Andrew Kane. Kyle King is bowling this morning. Ed Smaglick. It's no joke this morning. Tyler Albrocht. Here's the full list. Tyler Albrocht, Brent Bowers, Dwight Burns, Andrew Kane, Keith Dahmer, also in that Metro Phoenix area. Frank Dubois, Kevin Edmondson, Mason Edmondson, Andrew Eubanks, Michael Fitzgerald, also from Phoenix. Jacob Gill, local, and someone to keep an eye on. Eric Haggerton, Zachary Harvey, Timothy Jacob, mentioned Kevin Jenkins, John Johnson, Chris Clerk, past champion. Brandon Knowles, Anthony Lavery-Spar, Francois Lavoie, Robert Lawrence, Jonathan Lawson, Derek Lewis, Gabe Maestas, Kashawn Manning, Robert Marion, Tyler Masterson, Marcus Medina, Dwayne Mellinger, past champion. Jonathan Miley, Scott Myers, Martin Neal, Vernon Peterson, past champion. Kyle Ponzo, Ron Schloss. Exactly the same Ron Schloss from Phoenix. Ed Smaglick, Chelsea Tonsing, Eddie Joe Torres, Bill Wood, Matt Zweig at the moment. Pretty serious. I think the most important thing, or maybe not the most important, but in relation or contrast to what we watched on Friday, watching how the breakdown takes place, I think that's the key for today. Specifically this squad, because whatever this squad does, more than likely, especially if it's successful as a whole, the other squads are going to follow suit to a degree. See where Jacob Gill was playing. I watched him a little bit during the practice session yesterday, and I thought he would have a pretty good look, certainly on the fresh at least. There's Bill Wood there getting a little Brooklyn break. Okay, Coach Nasberg in the chat, and watch out for Captain Ponzo. I might call him that for the rest of the day. Cap. Do we get him a shield, Coach, or what do we need? Let's watch Anthony here. Wearing number 9. I like the jersey. Nice, clean look. Something didn't feel right there. Take a step back. I want to ask him if he's a Celtics fan. That's giving Celtics vibes, his jersey choice. As a broadcaster, all broadcasters enjoy clean jerseys. Nice clean look so you can easily see a number. Of course, the number doesn't apply in this situation, but if it did, it'd be A++++ in my book. Didn't like that one though. It's the head pin right on the double. Bill gets closer to the 1-3 and then pays the ultimate penalty. I think so far, Bill, of the righties in this group, seems to be the furthest left. That's good quality from Brandon Knowles. Okay. Mrs. Zweig in the building, checking in. Hello to you, and be sure to remember, I'm going to write it down actually right now. It's Matt's birthday. Give him a good lefties to take a look at as well. Don't forget about Dwayne Mellinger. Let's see, Dwayne starts on 24. Which means he's going to move right. Check in on him around games 7 and 8. He'll be on 13, 14, 15, and 16 to end the day. Dwight Burns, solid lefty here. Obviously, Andrew Kane. Francois is also starting on 23 and 24, but he is moving left. So we will see Francois earlier. He'll be within us or with us the next few games. Actually, games 3, 4, and then a little bit of 5 and 6 also. Lady Joe Torres next door. Look out. First time I saw Brandon Knowles throw a bowling ball was, I believe it was July 19th, 2016. I know I actually didn't remember the full dates. But that might have been the 18th. Either way, he was the first person to shoot 300 at the 2016 Junior Gold Championships. Nice shot there, Bill. That was my first time seeing Brandon. Knew he had a ton of talent. He's also led this tournament before, led it into match play. The 15th edition. Back in 2018. Tournament was ultimately won by Chris Barnes. It was also part of the World Bowling Tour at that time as well. Speaking of this tournament. Good shot. Jesse's been all around the 1-3 pocket. Tell you, she would be playing them the way, or is playing them the way I would attempt to play them. The only advent for me personally is just because since I don't bowl that much, I really haven't made the whoa. Too uncharacteristic miscues from Andrew Kane. But to finish my thought, only thing I haven't really gotten into is again the latest iteration of urethane. But I would definitely be trying to play it where Chelsea's playing them, where Brandon's playing them, where Jacob Gill's trying to play them, even to where Anthony's playing them a little bit. Martin Neal trying to keep it up the right as well. And I think he also has a piece of urethane. Already might be a few more urethane balls on the lanes just in game 1 of this squad than maybe all of yesterday combined. Oh, that's good. See, but that's 10-pin you take. That's the difference. One of the things you think about at this tournament specifically, and any other, difficult event that puts out a demanding lane condition. When you throw it good, and maybe it's a board or two right, but you leave a 10-pin, you just got to take that, make the spare, and keep it moving. I thought that was good. Coach, I'm doing all right. Been a very busy, I guess, the last couple of weeks. 9 days or so in Waterloo, Iowa to finish the PWBA national schedule, ball change for Chelsea. So finish that out. It's a great week of bowling. Watching the best in the world compete. Diana Zavyalova back in the winner's circle last week. Non-member Caitlin Johnson, she was a member when she graduated from Weber and spent a year out on tour. Now manages a bowling center in Mobile, Alabama. She's the GM there. So wasn't a member, but came out to bowl the week and won the Pepsi Open. Diana won the Waterloo Open. And then Major Maria Jose Rodriguez won her second tour championship to end the week in great style. The good folks at Waterloo, Iowa were great. And then I spent a few hours at home. Was able to see my boys and my wife for a little bit. And then made the trek out here. Next week, I get to do nothing but take my son to school. He starts school next Thursday, which is fantastic. There's been a few hiccups in there, but, we just go. We got to roll with the punches. It's like Jacob Gill. The high game of the tournament, by the way, is 268. Scores can be found in their entirety on bowljbt.com if you missed that. So if you want to look at the standings from both squads A or squads 1 and 2, bowljbt.com. Charles Price checking in. Good luck to all of the Arizona participants. I feel like I've done so much streaming in Phoenix and the state of Arizona. I'm getting close to becoming like a faux resident. Maybe I should be an honorary Phoenix or an Arizona resident. Let's see. Keith. Derek is. Let's see what letter he is. In fact, let's do this. I think he's about to step up. Looks like he's 14D. Not bad. He's got maybe a 10-pin to handle here. He's going strike, spare, strike, split. Spare, spare, strike, spare. So he's got about 2-0. Yeah, 204 max with 2 frames left. By the way, that is the Ron Schloss right there too. I really like Ron. It's a fun guy to listen to when bowling's happening. Again, all squad look at the standings. Emil Williams, the overall leader after 2 squads yesterday at plus 136. He has the high game of the tournament at 269. Jeremy Glover led A squad at plus 113. JD Nance was third. One of the fan favorites locally at plus 95. He was on A squad. Chris Lawson on B squad was plus 68. Steve Novak on B squad last night was plus 45. Steve Klumpkin on B squad 6 was plus 40. 6 players combined of 2 squads were plus. Next is Matt Murdershaw at 7th at minus 21. That was a number I thought might be the cut number. Francois can throw 2 more in the 10th to get to 190. FYI down on 23 and 24. He just threw a fantastic shot, second one in the 10th, so he will have that opportunity to get to 190 with a strike. See a couple of 2-0, 226 like games. Great shot there from Andrew Kane. The story here of game number 1. Of course, where players elected to play, specifically righties. And I think the majority have tried to be up the boards near the gutter. The choice of equipment, the next thing of business, if you will, whether it's urethane or reactive. Andrew getting a look at a different piece of equipment there. Get a little reactive. Big 10th frame here for Jacob Gill. Double would get him in the 2 teens. Breaks down the split though. He'll take that 2-0. He's got to make the spare first. Chris Clerk, past champion. He can put 2 more in the 10th for 177. Bald Brothers Bowling. Just based on the name, that's a channel I need to check out. Good morning to Bald Brothers Bowling. That's fantastic. It's catchy. That's what you need. Great branding. Triple B's right there too. Not to be confused with Big Baller Brand. It's a really good shot. Brian Skidmore just to the right on 21 and 22. Left a 9-pin. Stops him from getting into the 220s. See, he's going to be in the 2 teens. Derek Lewis just got the first hit in the 10th. One more, and he's going to be in the 2-0s. Skidmore shoots 212. Mellinger shoots 195. Or excuse me. Might have been a score correction down there. Oh. Super washout for Derek Lewis on his next shot in the 10th. Lavery Spar, meanwhile, he can double to get into the 2-0s. Jacob Gill got the 201. Knowles. Spare to get him to 181. Still a very New Mexico Open-like first game. Right, you gotta put the feelers out there. Got to try to throw some aggressive shots, right? Can't be out there being a little timid, and that's easy to do, especially sometimes you're unsure what your ball is going to do. So it's easy to maybe get a little timid. Great shot there for Anthony. You throw some aggressive shots, figure out if that's where you need to be. I thought Chelsea threw some great shots outside, and if you get one ever so slightly right at launch, it can continue on down toward the 3 or the 6 pin. There's an OB out there, so it's tough. And then you saw Bill Wood and some other players, play him a little further left, which is not uncommon. We saw that yesterday. Robert Lawrence on his way here. Yeah, Dwayne shot 183, unfortunately. He missed a 3.610 in the 10th frame. All right, just like that, we're on the game 2, folks. As you enter the building this morning, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you have not. Let's start over here since we have no bowling yet on 17 through 20. That's about to take place. But here's Vernon Peterson. Get a good look at Vernon. Again, past champion this event, won it in 2017. In Florida, always repping Detroit, though. His jersey gives a Major League, the movie, like reference. But I feel like Detroit had something like that similar back in the day. Jersey's design. See if Andrew Kane can get back at it. A very good shot off the top rope there for Chelsea Tonsing on 19 off camera. We'll get you back over there in a minute, but good look at Derek Lewis. This is game 2 if you are just joining us. Getting a look at 15 and 16 along with 13 and 14 to start. Now, pretty sure that Derek was throwing urethane in game 1. So he must have felt like he needed to make that change. The pattern is flat. It's flat in the middle too. So any miscues at the bottom of the swing or a miss left is definitely could be costly. You'd be hoping for a runaway Brooklyn in many cases. Seeing some early frustration, folks. We're only 14 frames into the day. It could be a long day. Andrew Kane is looking solid already through 2 frames. Reading early there for Vernon Peterson. My man Ron Schloss. Wow. That looked like a good shot there from Kevin Jenkins. We'll see what the Derek Lewis shot looks like here. We'll take you back over to 17 through 20. Get our new players some time to shine. Looked like the right move there. Back to urethane for Derek Lewis. How about a nice split conversion? All right. Keith, yes, man, it might be open right now. One thing that Steve Mackey doesn't mess around with, I've learned about the rules. Doesn't mess around with rules. Rules and punctuality. Be on time. And no smoking or drinking during the or while you're bowling. Oh, good break, Chelsea. Mentioned a couple of U.S. Open champions on this squad. Robert Lawrence being a 1, Francois Lavoie. Another here. Here is Rob Law. He just made a ball change. Something that certainly read a bit more even through the front part of the lane, even down lane. So through 2 squads, folks, we've had 2 players, one from each squad, go 100 over, at least for 8 games. So obviously the trend is that, the pattern that should keep happening perhaps. Surely one player can get to 100 over. Certainly this squad, right? You would think so. That's one of the questions.
Just opening.
Get our first look at some scores. Talk about those here in just a second. I'll throw out this poll. Some early morning opportunities to chat here. Those of you who may be just waking up, especially those just one time zone to our left. If you're watching in Central Time or Eastern Time Zone, or perhaps in another part of the world, in another country, we appreciate you tuning in this morning and or this evening, wherever you may be watching from. Rob Law, the ball change has worked well on the right lane so far, but he is clean through 5 frames. Again, the poll question for this morning: will a player from Squad 3, which is this squad you're watching, reach the plus 100 mark? It has happened in each of the first two squads. Squad 1, Jeremy Glover, plus 113. Squad 2 last night, Emil Williams, plus 136. Will it happen in this squad? While we talk about that, Matt Zweig out the gates with 232 on his birthday. Again, happy birthday to Matt Zweig. Tim Jacob, 226. He is now on 17 and 18. Ed Smaglet, 225. Zachary Harvey, 216. Brian Skidmore, 212. Mason Edmondson, 211. Kyle King, 210. Kevin Jenkins, 206. Eddie Joe Torres, 203. Kevin Edmondson, 202. Jacob Gill and Kyle Ponzo both with 201. Anthony Lavery Spar, 200 even. 13 players even or plus after game 1. There are 44 players in this squad. Good morning, Jeffrey. Kevin Jenkins starting to get loose out there. He's got a 4-bagger. You would think so, Mike. I mean, I would be shocked if it didn't happen. And if it didn't happen, that would probably be telling for the rest of the day and how other squads might act. Oh, Derek Lewis has got a little area with his perp. Again, just the names I read off, you would anticipate one of those players to go 100 over. But again, the ultimate goal is to just get into the top 32 and post your 8-game total. Hope it's high enough to be one of those 32. There's the double Rob Law's been looking for. Hello, Renee. That's a great question. So the way it's going to work, the way it worked yesterday, is Jeff Hemer will provide stats or results for me per game, and then I will update the chat here. I typically drop in the top 10, and then Jeff posts, at least as of yesterday, he posted scores at the halfway point of a squad, and then posts the full squad tallies on bowljbt.com. So the best place for, again, per game scores is me. I'll drop those in the chat as I do. I'm going to do it right now. Again, Zweig, plus 32. Tim Jacob, plus 26. Ed Smaglik, plus 25. Zachary Harvey. He's fourth. It's plus 16. Keep an eye on KJ. If he gets comfortable, could be curtains. This is all, of course, to get to the top 32, which begins match play tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Also, if there's a player that you're looking for specifically, and they may not be in the top, in this case, 13, just let me know and I'll tell you their score. Take a quick look next door. These players are in frame number 8. Again, there is a ceiling fan right where I would love to have the scoreboards there. Derek Lewis, Keith, wake up, Keith. Derek with a 4-bagger. He's got 78 in the 4th on a 4-bagger. That was Derek Lewis. Bill Wood trying to double up here on 15. Eddie Joe Torres breaks out of trouble. Anthony did just strike, by the way, on 17 and 18. We'll get back there in a second. Rob Law's made a nice ball change that is working well for him. Vernon Peterson, 133 in the 7th, working on a spare. This is frame 9. Jonathan Lawson over on 17 and 18 as Vern crosses over. Best he can do is get to 202 with a spare. (19 and 20 entering the 9th frame, 17 and 18 entering the 8th frame. This is Derek Lewis. Right of your screen, frame 9. He's working on a 4-bagger currently, 78 in the 4th. Got 258 max. Can the perp continue to purple? It can. That's 5 in a row for Derek Lewis. Urethane is a major play here this morning on this squad. Good shot by Vern. His facial expressions after rolling is great. Andrew Kane was working on the strike in the 9th. With another 7 cluster, 478. So he can make that for 199 with strike on the fill. 4-pin there for Anthony. You see Vernon Peterson left of your screen. That's a double. He can get to the 2 O's. Stats man, yes, hit that thumbs up. Make sure you get your notifications turned on too. Of course, the rest of the events are scheduled for the weekend. Wow. Andrew Kane has missed 2 4-7-8 combinations in 2 games. That one in the 10th frame, he gets to 187. Brandon Knowles able to strike here in the 9th. 201 for Vernon Peterson. It was a 225 next door. Ron Schloss can get to 225. He just blasted the 1-3 first shot in the 10th. Tim Jacob, nice shot again. Tim shot 226 in game 1. Derek Lewis about to step up and working on a 5-bagger. Derek on the right of your screen. Got a little air underneath it. It won't matter. D. Lewis. 6-pack. And it is actually okay to say, although drinking is not condoned during the tournament. But Pabst Blue Ribbon is a proud sponsor of the New Mexico Open. Along with Innovative Auto Solutions, Peachtree, New Mexico, Principal, Shamrock Foods, and T-Mobile. Some of the main sponsors of this event. Main sponsors, of course, that really cover about, I think, what did Steve say, 48 or so? Something along those lines. Number of sponsors that contribute. Eric Haggerton. Oh, slap it out, Eric. Get you some, young man. Make it 2 in a row there for, or 3 in a row, excuse me, for Eric. He was out rooting Emil Williams on a lot last night. Eric kind of got that Jim the Anvil Neidhart beard rolling. Lewis for 7 in a row, didn't like it. And leaves the old light 3-pin, or 2, I beg your pardon. It's going to be a game in the 240s, though. Rob Law been very patient this game, and it's, you know, patience is definitely needed on this pattern. You know, Mike Miller doesn't mess around. It's obviously sport compliant. It's not terribly long. It's more the shorter to medium variety. There is an area on the lane that is suggested that you play. You don't have to play there, but it's the suggested area to play. Oh, mercy. Elizabeth, I am coming to join you in here this morning. 8-pin, rocked my heart. Broke it in pieces. See what happens, man, right? Brandon Knowles made a big split in the 8th frame, strike in the 9th, and he strikes again, first one in the 10th. This one to get him into the 2-0s, and then he just buries an 8. It's a brutal game. It's a cold world we live in, folks. Cold as ice. Tim Jacob, speaking of 3-baggers, makes it 4. And that's going to be a game in the 2 teens. 1 open in the 7th. Thought that was going to continue for ALS, and it did not. Anthony Lavery spar with a 10-pin. Speaking of Mike Miller, Tim Jacob. Giving us his best Mike Miller impersonation here. Like a one-hand, no-thumb player. He's got 220, 226, and 214 to start his New Mexico Open in the 19th edition. Keith, I'm pretty sure that's a purple hammer for Derek. Final frame here for Timothy Jacob. Going to see Francois Lavoie for the first time. He'll be up on 19 and 20. Derek Lewis is making his way over. He's coming off a 247 game. Zachary Harvey on 23 and 24. I'm sorry, he's got a 4-bagger in the 10th frame. And just left to wash out. Livix is Jacob. No, Cortez is bowling squad 5. That I know for sure. Or at least he is listed on the roster as bowling squad 5. And I don't think I saw Jacob's name as I was reading all of the names at some point yesterday. I don't think Jacob is scheduled to compete, at least according to the roster that I've seen. But the defending champion, Cortez Shanks, is bowling. He's bowling this evening. All right, while we wait, let's get a few frames in 15 and 16. Game 3 of 8. Ron Schloss over there with Anthony Lavery spar. Andrew Kane's down on 13 and 14 now, of course, just moving left. One with Mason Neal. Vernon Peterson, Robert Lawrence, Eric Haggerton, Derek Lewis, 17 and 18. Oh, yes, that's right. Thanks, Coach. Team USA camp happening this week. Looks like Anthony made a ball change to a purple hammer on 15 and 16. Got him at least a strike in the second. Francois Lavoie, Merritt Whitelow. Again, Tim Jacob, John Lawson. 19 and 20, game 3, squad 3. Mexico Open, 19th edition. Live from Tenpins and More at Rio Rancho. Eric unfortunately tossed one in the channel, but that's been more current than not here through now 2 complete squads. And I would agree, Keith. Yeah, it's my 3rd time in the area, and again, still haven't had like just a day to explore, if you will, but it's a place I would like to come back and visit. I'll say that every year that I've been here now. Just spend a good 3 days of just, you know, doing some exploring. I never called myself a mountain guy, but being on this side of the country makes you think a little bit different about mountains. Like you want to be around them to a degree. The inquisitive part of the mind says, "Oh, okay, well, they look cool from where I am. Maybe we'll actually go check it out since you're a part of this country." Derek Lewis again coming off 247. Has anybody ever been to the hot air balloon fiesta that always goes down in the area? Just curious about that. Derek's got a really nice look here. In fact, let's see, game 1 for Derek Lewis was 187. So he's definitely going to be plus. Tim Jacob went 226, 214. So he's at plus 40 already. Not sure about Smaglet. Zachary Harvey had a chance to put a decent game together. Unfortunately, he did leave a washout in the 10th. Didn't see if he made it. Nice rebound here for Eric. If you're just joining us again, game 3, Jeff Hemer, our tournament director, is providing me scores after each game. I typically post the top 10 in the chat. Jeff will be posting and has already posted full squad results on bowljbt.com. Last night, Jeff started to post. He posted B squad after 4 games, and I know he is going to attempt to do that every single squad. So after 4 games, he will try to update you online. Lewis, bang. That's on my list, the Balloon Festival. might have that weekend. Might have a rare off weekend. I see it's a full week's worth of items, at least according to Google. You know, yesterday, honestly, 13 through 16, and obviously that's not our primary. But there were some times where 13 and 14, especially last night, just looked like you did not want to bowl. If you had to bowl in that pair, you just like take 170. You'd be okay with it. This transitional period is about to take place, and the amount of urethane that is going down the lane, what's going to be the real factor? Good shot, Tim Jacob. I think he maybe was a little further right his first couple of shots, getting his bearings on this 19 and 20. Thanks, Elizabeth. I just took a screenshot of that so I can remember. Special shapes or the night gloves. It's hard to imagine just, you know, looking out your window and seeing however many hot air balloons in the sky all at the same time or around the same time. Zachary Harvey looks pretty lined up. Pretty sure I watched him bowl this last year or the year before, or both. Francois. He just turned around and gave a Francois, one of the best in the business. Great person to chat and talk to. Watching his, he's got 2 U.S. Open titles, including the 300 game and one on television. Good spare for Derek Lewis. See Vernon Peterson doing it. Ball speed very important. Especially if you are going to be using some urethane to a degree. Ball speed was perfect, just watching it work, watching it tip. Anthony Lavery Spar now, since that ball change, he's got spare 4-bagger next door on 15 and 16. And there's some blue strikes starting to appear on that pair. Jacob, that one read perfectly. Here comes Mr. Jacob. Again, 226, 215 for the first two. Derek Lewis coming off a 247 game. See, he's a little further left with his purple. Matt Hunt says Tim Jacobs wearing some Macho Man Randy Savage. Does he have them on right now, Matt? Oh, he does. Those are fantastic. Urethane for Francois. Like Robert Lawrence has been kind of in and out of a Venom shock. And I couldn't see what other bowling ball that he ended up switching to in game 3. There they are too, Matt or Tim Jacobs, Macho Man Randy Savage socks. I am the cream. Cream of the crop rises to the top. Ooh, yeah. This is great. Everything I did know about Tim Jacob, and I didn't know that much about him except he shot 226 and 214. For the first two, is now second on the squad at plus 40. It's all null and void now because I'd have to assume that he is a wrestling fan. If you're going to wear Macho Man socks, and you could just be a fan of Macho Man, but I have to assume that he enjoys that, at least that era of wrestling. From Tucson, okay. You're on the Cote land. Anthony Lavery Spar still striking, by the way. He's got 5 in a row. Oh, man. I tell you, John earned that strike. He threw some good ones in the last game, too. And left a lot of 10 pins. Looks like he made a ball change also. Lavoie looking for his first double of the game. Pitch black, thing of beauty. Derek Lewis, purple hammer, thing of beauty. Here's a good question. By the way, 83% of you thought that someone would get to plus 100. I think the same based on the first two squads. But I was curious. All right, let's throw some scores in the chat for you. Great shot again, John Lawson. Mason Edmondson has taken the lead here in Squad 3. Mason Edmondson again, plus 50. D. Lewis, who is currently third at plus 34. Continues his striking ways. Michael Fitzgerald has moved into top 10 status here. And part of that great Phoenix crew. Brent Bowers. That's a name, folks, if you ever want to talk about the sport of bowling and those who have really dedicated their lives to it, talk to Brent Bowers. His first, his bowling history just as a fan. Lavoie now with 3 in a row. And then secondly, his service to bowling. He was a GM over at North Rock Lanes for several years. I don't remember how many exactly, but as I started working on the PWBA tour, we had a few events, Wichita Opens specifically. He was always there, working, ready to help, assist, trying to get the internet right. But a great dude, good to see him bowling. This event specifically. That's your top 10. 10 players now, plus. It's actually a tie for ninth with Jacob Gill and Brian Skidmore. And again, there's a name you don't see. Just let me know. I'm happy to let you know where that particular player is in the standings. Lewis again. This is Anthony Lavery Spar. Anthony has done that a couple of times already today. Gets to that first step motion. It's almost as if something doesn't quite feel right. And he will reset. He's working on a 6-back. He's got spare 6-back. Wow. Try one more time here with Anthony. He and Ron Sloss are tearing this pair up. Ron Sloss can get to 259. Eric Lewis, 3-bagger, spare, 3-bagger. Good break there, just leaving the 3-pin. Down on 23 and 24. We've got a possibility of a 279 game. That would be the highest game. Anything in the 270s would get it done. Elizabeth, Zach Harvey is -8 in 13th place at the moment. In fact, 11 through 20 is Ed Smaglick, 11th at -3. Andre Eubanks is 12th at -7. Zachary Harvey is 13th at -8. There's a tie for 14th with Kashawn Manning and Ron Schloss currently at -10. Gabe Maestas at 16th at -12. Tyler Masterson is 17th at -14. Kyle Ponzo is tied for 18th with Chelsea Tonsing at -15. Anthony Lavrispar is 20th at -16, but he's about to change that right now. That's tough when that thing just reads a little bit early. Maybe it just caught his thumb right. Got a little bit extra, but you just want to break the split down. Sloss got one way right there. Well, if they just won't let Lavoie kind of get off and running, they won't let Frankie do it. Triple and the 4-6, and he strikes again in the 9th. All right, Eric shoots 184. Unfortunately, Vernon Peterson, 153. Derek Lewis one more time. So Dwight Burns over there that's got a chance to shoot 279. Derek Lewis, he can shoot 242. Be a second consecutive game in the 240s if he can get there. Robert Lawrence a strike away from getting in the 170s. Ooh. Nate Burns does get the first one in the 10th frame. That is 8 in a row for the lefty and Dwight Burns. Oh. Derek maybe gotten away with one ever so slightly, but in the right part of the lane with the right ball. Sometimes you can create your own good breaks. Tim Jacob. Nice save here. He'll take this 170+ game after starting with 5-1, 8-1. Eric Lewis representing, he's got a little GG merch. Grab Sergeant Mason Merck with the Wakanda Forever jersey, rocking the Black Panther. See you. Good place for that. Nice game again, 241. That is back-to-back 241 games for Derek Lewis, or back-to-back 240 games, 240 plus, I should say. 247 and now 241. Dwight Burns left a 7-pin, so he's going to be in the 260s, and will not have the high game of the tournament so far. That still will belong to Emil Williams. Next door, Anthony Lavery-Spar had a chance to get into the 260s. He got one right and left a 210. See him give this one a run here. .235 there for Lavery-Spar. Boy, what a frustrating game. Couple wrap tins. Let that tough split that developed into the, or broke down into a 4-6. Strikes in the 9th, then wraps a 10. The best he can do is 192. Matt, I just saw your question. Oh, Dallas too. My apologies. Brandon Knowles. Brandon Knowles minus 26, tied for 24th after 2 games. Tim finishes with 178. And your other question, Matt, I don't know if ever had an alter ego, if you will, from a wrestler, but Stone Cold, I was a big Attitude Era fan, just like everyone else. Of course he carries that. You're right. It's like, of course that would happen. What about those wrap tins they needed earlier? '21 and 22 finishing up here, which means that 19 and 20 will be slightly delayed. So we'll watch the end of this game. Chelsea Tonsing, Kevin Edmondson. Looks like 17 and 18 are about to begin their quest here in game number 4. There's Brandon still playing. Here the gutter. Good Lord. Maybe it's me. It's not you, Brandon. It's me. Because when I watch you bowl, you leave 8s and 9 pins. Stone cold 8 pins. Speaking of stone cold. And that 9 pin was very glass break like. You can just hear the glass breaking. Out comes stone cold. Again, as brutal as that 9 pin and ready to open up a can. He left his hand. If you recall on 19 and 20, brutal 8 pin that he left for 193 would have got him to 2-0. This time he can get to 2-0, but if he strikes there, he can strike again and get into the 2 teens. So I mean, these are 22 pin difference. It's a big deal when you get to the end of the block. I don't know if you caught Brandon, but he adjusted, and it may have been camouflage because his shirt is orange. The ball return covers also are orange, but he maneuvered the ball return almost back so he can get just a little bit of extra space, and I think he moved further right. Hard to tell from this angle, but he threw 2 great shots. One was a 9 pin. I think he said, okay, I need to probably maybe move another board right, and just ace that shot too. That's Zach Harvey. He gets the first one in the 10th. That was huge. He's got 2-0 possibilities now. The best wrestling memories for me, and just like any other young kid, preteen or teenage years, when you ask your parents to stay up late to watch Monday Night Raw, right? And I can still remember mid-90s, like Yokozuna being introduced mid-90s. Yeah, what was it? The huge match against, was it Bret Hart? Was that on Monday Night Raw? It might have been WrestleMania. I can't remember, but I just still remember going to school the next day, that Tuesday, and you would just all meet up, right? That early recess period or whatever it was, as Zach Harvey is going to get us to 200 even, and that puts a stamp officially on game 3. You all meet up in this excitement, and you all are spilling the news to one another, right? But it's all the same news because everyone watched it. It was as if we called each other and put together a plan to have our parents each allow us to stay up late so we can all watch wrestling and all talk about it the next day. And that just kept happening each and every year. And the conversation started to change when you get from like 5th grade to 8th grade, because there might be a word or two that you definitely know you wasn't saying in 5th grade, but you might say it in 8th grade around your friends. You damn sure not gonna say it at home. Especially with Stone Cold, right? You can say hell yeah at school, but you probably wouldn't say it at home. Good times. Those are great times. And those who still follow WWE, I applaud you. I was so hooked on the Attitude Era, it just never was quite the same for me. I never really got back into it after like 2003 on a regular basis. I'll peek in from time to time, follow it up, you know, a couple of characters here and there, but nothing substantial like it once was. That and of course the Monday Night Wars. Whatever NWO did the night before, we would also discuss that. How we doing out there, chat? We have now reached, it's almost 9 o'clock Mountain Time. And it's still morning, actually, even on the East Coast. Someone's still having breakfast, maybe some coffee. I'm actually about due for a little coffee myself. That's a good area check for Derek Lewis. I'm sure it was inadvertent, but sometimes you throw one wide and you get a chance to see how much room you actually have. Dale Coffee. Dale, if you don't mind to expand a little bit on that comment, for those of you who may have missed that. By the way, Dale has one of the best last names in life, period, and is a smart marketing and branding man, or the team around him, or someone just said, hey, makes complete sense to name a pro shop, Coffee's Pro Shop. Go get your cup of coffee. Talk to Dale in the pro shop. I mean, that literally is the perfect life, Dale. For someone who is like got an old school spirit like me, who grew up reading newspapers, like I'm the guy who would go to your pro shop, anticipate a cup of coffee to be there because, of course, it's Coffee's Pro Shop. Read the newspaper and listen to you tell me about the latest and greatest bowling. I picture that for myself at 65 years old. Anyway, Dale, please, if you wouldn't mind to expand on that comment. Because Dale said, if I can find it, if I missed you, Jared Bear, too, I hope I did say hello. Dale said, I just knew the squad was going to bowl well after my squad yesterday. What gave you that impression there, Dale? And you could just be talking about, obviously, who was bowling this squad, certainly. But I'm curious if you're, referring to anything that you saw in the lanes, how the pattern was playing for your squad, and then maybe how you anticipated this squad to play them. Whoever was on lane 16 throws it pretty good. Let's see who was on lane 16. What hand do they have? Which hand do they use? Left, right, or both? Talking about Rob Lawrence. He definitely throws it good. Oh, I think that was, I believe that was Andre Eubanks you're referring to, solo. He started with front three. Ran into some trouble these last couple of frames. Andre from Cali. Jeremy Glover represented Cali very well yesterday. Now living in, I believe he said Dallas. Jeremy went plus 113 to lead A squad. I'm going to do a quick trivia question for a poll, but I'm unable to actually type in answers. Interesting, obviously, you guys watching and paying attention to what Francois is doing. Solo said, Frankie giving hope for all of us out there. He's managed to get all the way inside now. He's just continues to make the move left. He's been chasing it, and yet he's still in your thing. He's still throwing a pitch black. I think Frankie's just one of the perfect people to watch in general. Like, if you have a similar game to Frankie, now let me clarify, okay? Because the man's a champion. He's won the U.S. Open 2 times. Okay, so keep that in mind with what I'm saying. But from the physical traits, all right, he's powerful, but he's not overpowerful. Not overpowering things. He's not wowing you with rev rate. All of those things. He is like me and you to a degree, right? But if you watch him bowl, and as Solo just mentioned, he does still give you hope. And I know we're talking about this tournament, but I look at Frankie and go, okay, I can still maybe do some of that stuff. My ball roll, my rev rate is much closer to Frankie's than, you know, anyone else probably from a tour perspective. So I watch him intently on, figure out, all right, if I can do this with my hand, you know, if I'm late in a block, and I don't even bowl that much anymore, but I am trying to get back to at least being a what I would call an every now and then tournament bowler, certainly not a regular bowler. It's hard enough for me to be a regular league bowler. But I watch Frankie for those instances as well. There is room to appreciate all of our players and what they do in the sport. The same way you can appreciate EJ or Belmo and high rev rates, two-handed, right-handed, you can have the same appreciation for Frankie Lavoie, because he does it a little bit different and more of a traditional style, if you will, and still is out there making things happen. Yeah, Solo, I mean, he can do it. Like, he's done it. That's the dude to watch. The dude to watch this squad, though, is Derek Lewis. Following up on Dale's original question, he did reply, and I appreciate you, Dale. Felt like there were good scores out there that got really playable in those 4 through 7 games. So he's saying games 4 through 7. In fact, let's see. Where's my handy dandy B squad paper from yesterday? 4 through 7. There were several players that went like 80 over. Dale himself made a nice run last night, 229, 202, 201, 256. Gave himself a chance in game 8 to put up a number to potentially advance. I think last night we were also referring to I think Chris Kelso. Yeah, Chris went 185, 224, 214, 215, games 4 through 7. don't bowl a lot of. In fact, I've never bowled a PBA event. So let me put that out there. But I do cover professional bowling often from this vantage point, this lens. Therefore, obviously having several combos. We were talking about Andre Eubanks. There is Andre Eubanks on the right of your screen. Quick update over there. So Eubanks can make the spare. I'll get back to my point in 1 second. Spare in the 8th would give him 143 in the 7th. He still get to 223. Robert Lawrence takes care of that 10 pin. Mary Haggerton also on that pair, and Gabe Maestas also on that pair, the lefty. Anthony Lavery Spar. Let's move down to 13 and 14. I see Scott Myers down there. And a couple players I can't see, which I need their names to tell you. Back to Frankie here. But Dale just mentioned something about how the squad ultimately is, you know, at least from the beginning. There's a good break. He was owed at least one. How the squad has played the lanes, I think, as a group. Unforced error there for Derek. Straighter as a group. Now, obviously, I'm only looking at, you know, really to a degree 13 to 22, but more like 15 to 22 every time I look up. My eyes, I can see those pairs, and I would definitely agree. Urethane and to the right, even reactive for some players, and to the right though seemed to be the play this morning. We're watching Mason Edmondson last year. A nice run. Has the leaderboard changed since squad 1? Well, technically yes. But I'll tell you, after 2 squads, squads 1 and 2 last night, Akeem Williams, plus 136, led the way. B squad. Jeremy Glover led A squad at plus 113. So that's your 1-2. JD Nance was plus 95. Chris Lawson was plus 68. Steve Novak plus 45. Steve Klimkin plus 40. So there has been a little bit of movement. If you only watch squad 1, then yes, Akeem Williams was the leader after squad number 2. And then we'll figure out what's going to happen after this squad. And then we welcome in the tournament organizer for the first time this morning, Steve Mackey.
Hey.
How you doing?
Mr. Emil, an early morning.
It is early morning.
Hey, what time was it in Chicago?
When we started?
5 o'clock.
When I woke up this morning? Oh no, it was Chicago's an hour ahead, so I wasn't as bad, but so it felt like it should have been 6, but it still felt like 5 when I woke up today. 5 a.m. is 5 a.m.
And when we went outside, it looked like 4. Well, we've got a full squad, 44 people in this one, 123 thus far, and we've got 44 bowlers scheduled in each of the next 2 squads, so it looks like we'll end up at over 210 entries, and that's the first time we've been over 200 for quite a few years, 9 years, I think.
What do you think the difference is this year?
Well, I had very good support this year, better than normal support from Colorado and Arizona and New Mexico. I'm up close to 100 entries from New Mexico, and that's typically about 80. And here's the Phantom Hand, just brought us some scores. Oh, Kevin Jenkins, a lefty, 677. Derek Lewis got here right on time today, 675. Mason Edmondson, 659. Michael Fitzgerald, 635. Lots of folks over the card. We haven't seen this the last 2 days. Kyle King, 11th, with 603. So this is typically the highest scoring squad every year. A lot of bowlers that sign up early want squad 4. They think that's the highest. I think they sign up for squad 4 at 12:30 because they're awake.
That's what I would do. I commend everyone who is here bowling at this time of morning.
Yeah, this particular squad here is always the highest scoring. Certainly the last 7 or 8 years, this has been the best scoring squad.
I certainly would understand why it would be higher scoring. Again, just the amount of players, the type of players, the talent that's in this squad, and then the rest of them today. And we saw plenty of talent yesterday, but not all in the same squad. And then if you bowl in a higher scoring squad, at least you have an opportunity to, if you happen to be struggling, you can watch what's going on around you and try to get a good idea.
And we're going to have a break, and that means a Kit Kat. I stay in a hotel when this tournament's on, just down the road, the Hilton Garden Inn. And my wife told me my cat that sleeps right next to me is not happy. She's on the grumpy side this morning, Zoe. Sorry, Zoe. I'll be home Sunday night, honey.
That's great.
Been wandering along, looking at a few folks. Anthony Lavery Spa from Pasadena, Texas, 619, and I've seen him leave the 210 twice, so he could have been right up near the leaders, just with a spare there instead of a split.
Hello, Sean. Which part of Australia are you from?
Sean's from here. He's just having a dig at me.
Oh, gotcha.
And Rick Severe, Rick over there in West Texas, we hope you're getting well, and we would love to see you back bowling in our scratch match play in a few weeks. Probably not going to happen, but we'd sure love to see you back here for this tournament. And hope you get well and stay healthy. All the best, mate. Here's a bit of a move here from Zach Harvey, one of our local bowlers, 592 in 14th place, but he's got a 6-bagger right in front of us after a Greek Church to start with, so he's going to make up some of those pins there and get over the card.
He's been charging these last couple of games. Appreciate, again, Jeff Heemer dropping off the scores. I'm going to write those, or type those, I should say, after game 3 for you.
Francois Lavoie on a 5-bagger. I like some of the comments about Francois.
Yeah, we just had a nice combo about him.
Yeah. And such a versatile bowler. I remember a couple of years ago when he lost to Dylan Taylor, he was lofting the ball down to the dots. and deep inside, probably fifth arrow or so. Just couldn't find a thing there. Tried different balls in the championship match. Dylan ended up beating him twice to win the title by a pin. But right here, he's almost down and in. He's doing really well. Vern Peterson in front of us as well. Had a tough year personally, has Vern, but he's been traveling quite a bit in the last few weeks. Bowled up your way, I think. Might have bowled the Peterson, perhaps.
Oh, Vern?
I think he was in a squad there.
Probably. That's a tournament that I still haven't bowled.
That's the end of Zach's string, but going to shoot 230 if he can stay clean. And Derek Lewis. Ron Sloss in 8th place, pair of 222s. He's in a little bit of trouble here. Going to shoot a 190 something.
You want him just to show up?
Comfortable spare for Ron. I don't think Ron's bowled here before. I don't recall his name. We have a Connie and Connie Sloss that bowls here, but they're no relation. Francois on a 5-bagger. Make that 6.
Nice spare. Kevin Edmondson. Big split making the 10th. Vern's going to be in the 2-0s. It's good to see Ron out here.
And that 6th strike in a row for Francois gets him over the card. A big move there. He was in 22nd place. That'll move him up about 10 or 12 places. Even further if he gets another one. Decent. Could have been.
It's going to put him in the 240s.
Well, we had the Pro-Am finish last night. We ended up with 133 bowlers in it, 51 seniors, 51 adults, and 31 youth. And we paid out over $3,100. Francis Brown from Colorado, the winner in the adult division. Tom Ellis from Albuquerque, the seniors, and Carson Belknap, one of our young high school and house league bowlers here, shot a no-tap 300 to win it by about 26. Zach Harvey will go over the card with this game as well, well over. So there could be 13 or 14, assuming all the top 11 stayed within reach over the card. This is always the highest scoring squad. And this game here, game 4, this is a troublesome game the last couple of days. A little bit of transition and people getting into all sorts of trouble. I had one of our New Mexico bowlers that lives out at Grants, and he said he had a couple of clean 190s, hardly a strike, and then shot a 130. So he's hoping to come back. Matt Murdershaw did yesterday. That's so it can be done. That's a very nice game for Zach Harvey, 240 odd. I'll get him into 830 for 4. And Derek Lewis lost some pins there, 28. He's still 47 over for 4.
Hopefully he can get back on track. He missed a couple single pins, which obviously he will not be or not pleased about. But the good news is it doesn't look like his look is going away. Obviously, we are getting to that point, though. And we watched Francois just continue to creep left, but still in urethane. Nice job by Zach Harvey. Again, making that charge. 838. Seen several 240 games, 2 from Derek Lewis in these last or the previous 2 games. Then Francois 246, Zach Harvey 246.
240 over here for Michael Fitzgerald.
Michael Fitzgerald, part of that that Phoenix connection, who always brings it.
Looks like a 248 coming up for Michael Fitzgerald, and that'll get him 83 over. Takes a short approach for a tall guy, very short approach. I could have a nice wide concourse if everyone had an approach his length.
You saw that gentleman who just threw a strike on 16. What was his name? I'll show up to you. Kyle King. I talked to him this morning. He had been the last 3 years or so, he had been battling a severe back injury.
I tell you what, it's not because of being overweight anymore. He's done really well. He's looking like he belongs in the WWE or MMA or something. Yeah, he's really worked out well.
Putting in the work.
Yeah.
And he just told me this morning he can now do deadlifts again. He's doing some back squats, so it's going very well health-wise. But you know, he had a back injury, so he couldn't do anything.
No. Boy, he can get some speed on that ball. Goodness.
It's a 7-10 maker right there. He can get some pins to bounce.
Francois kicked off again, so looks like that 246 has definitely got him out of the doldrums. He had 189, 175, 192, and found a ball on the right place, and off he goes. Mason Edmonton, a very good bowler in West Texas, two-handed lefty, and huge mixer there. Not sure what he had the last game, but he had 659 for 3. So he's well over still. He's coming up to a 220 perhaps. He's in the 2 teens. Andre Eubanks, very good bowler in California.
Yeah, he was opening up some eyes to some of our viewers this morning in the chat, commenting about his smoothness.
Yeah, and a sweet release. Boy, you can't hear a thing. Very nice. I don't know who Scooby is, but yes, that's correct. Jacob Buttriff did miss a 4-pin to lose a match. And Edmondson off the sheet from the 6th frame for a 225. That gives him 884, a pin ahead of Fitzgerald. And it looks like Zach Harvey's going to continue on his merry way. Lavoie edging it just a tad further left on this lane. Probably not a bad move. 16 always turns more than 15. But not that much. This young man here, Tyler Masterson, I believe he's a lawyer. He's out of Nebraska. And first time I ever saw him bowl, he was 14 years old. He bowled here and came up for a youth tournament out of Silver City, which is in the southwest of the state. Eddie Joe Torres, very good bowler out of Silver City. In fact, Eddie Joe just had the first 800 ever bowled in the place. It's quite an old bowling centre, and he had an 800 there a few weeks ago. It was a pretty decent shot for a 4-9. Masterson shoot 217, 216 or so. That'll get him a little closer to the number.
That's pretty cool. He's a lawyer. You know what type of law he's practicing?
Let's have a look at Andre now. He's oh, a lot of revs. Wow. Oh, sweet. Nice. Powerful bowler. I think he bowled here one of our earlier New Mexico Opens. Haven't seen him for a while. I'm very happy that we've got 5 or 6 from California here this year.
The TWX. We were having a wrestling conversation. That sounds like it could belong in a storyline. The WX, excuse me. There is Mr. Harvey.
Yes, when he starts firing and he just walks straight back, he's a funny guy.
Thank you. You're welcome. Have a good day. You too. Thank you. Talk to you soon. Yes, ma'am.
All right, now we have reached game 5 officially. Tim Lawson finished with 185 on 21 and 22.
Yeah, that was a decent pair of lanes there. 225, 216, 212, 185. Scott Myers, also a very conscious, fit-conscious person. Jogs a lot and often posts it on Facebook while he's running along. Does weights. He's in good nick for his age, that's for sure.
How much are you throwing up at the gym these days? About 250 pounds you throwing up there?
Yeah, sure. I just started walking every morning. That's a good start for me. Oh, that's a strange way to leave a 4-pin. Oh, tough break there. Could have been.
The 4-pin respot for Andre. Squad number 4 scheduled to begin at 12:30. Excuse me, 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time.
John Miley here. Jonathan Miley, one of our house bowlers, and one of about 5 people sponsored by Innovative Auto Solutions, one of our new tournament sponsors here at the New Mexico Open. Innovative also a major sponsor of our Monday Night Draft League, and if you're in the Albuquerque area, the Draft League starts on the 11th of September. We've got a draft in the sports bar on the 4th of November, and we've got 3 spots left at it. Andre's beard is going to grow longer if we wait any longer for that 4-pin to get stood up. Goodness gracious me. Reminds me of the old Australian poem, The Man from Snowy River. There was movement at the station, for the word had got around that the 4-pin from old Tenpins and more got away. Oh goodness, Australians will understand what I'm talking about. Americans not at all.
I'm curious, you just talked about the draft league. How long has that been around?
Mike Miller started it, well, let's see, probably 8 or 10 years ago or so.
Okay.
Yeah, and last year it's a 16 teams of 3 league. We've got a youth adult league alongside of it, and we paid out about $33,000 last year.
So you have 3 like captain spots available as far as drafting, or 3 spots like to be eligible to be drafted?
Yes, you've got to have at least a 185 or so average, I think, to pay your entry fee, and then we draft it so that all the teams are fairly evenly matched, at least on the first day of the league. And the captains are the 16 highest averages based on composite averages. And look at that. Wait 5 minutes for a spare, and then that's the reward you get for your patience. Very few deeds go unpunished. Good deeds go unpunished. Andre with his powerful hook, and he's
wow.
That was a great move. I knew he'd go for it. Anyone that's in their 40s and older usually goes for every split. There's nothing that's impossible. I've spared every split at least once. I love going for splits, and I don't understand it when they, you know, get a 5-1 on television. You know, that's beyond my comprehension. I don't get it.
Can't wait to see this Game 4 update. That was a very good game across the board for a lot of folks. Nice break there from Atchison. Would have sneak in and grab that bucket.
Yep, take it. Make up for one of the cold 8s or 9s that he's bound to leave in an 8-game set. And I tell you, when you get a Brooklyn on this lane condition, you better make a double out of it. It's a gift from heaven. A lot of revs out here this morning, and most of them with their hand in the ball. Look at that. He had a 300 here, and we had an Ironman tournament here, and it was a 16-game set on 2 different lane patterns, long and short. We oiled the lanes in between. They bowled 8 games on one and then 8 games on the other, and Gabe Maestas had a 300 in that. Brent Bowers coming our way. An accomplished bowler, but been in a little trouble here early on. Zach of Brooklyn. Let's see what he does on this shot. Dodgy, that ball.
Steve, do you keep track of how many first-timers you get each
No.
year? Okay.
But thanks for asking. It'd be interesting. You know, every year we send out invitations to the bowlers that signed up the year prior. We send them out in about April or May. And it's almost amazing to, good shot, Bert. It's almost amazing to me how many people don't bowl anymore, or they've moved, or I don't get many letters back. They just do something else on the 3rd week of August every year. And I can tell you there's no $75,000 tournaments anywhere else but here this weekend on the earth. Oh, criminal.
Oh. Gabe is local, right? He's a local player, you said?
Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah. Wish he was local. He's a heck of a bowler. A really nice guy, and he's in terrific shape too. Got a 4-bagger sighting on 23 and 24. I think the highest game so far is 269.
Of the
Plumpkin?
tournament? Yeah.
I think so.
No, it's from Akeem.
Akeem.
Steve did shoot 266, and Dwight Burns shot 268 actually on 23 and 24 in game 3.
23 and 4 is typically a reasonable scoring pair. Lawara 5-bagger. He's definitely on the move. And Harvey back in the pocket area after a Brooklyn and a shot through the face. Sloss doing all right too. An older bowler.
That's part of that Phoenix, that Metro Phoenix, in Arizona in particular, more specifically. Good shot there. I've seen Andre a little bit last year. Dale, a great point too. I tend to agree with you. The scoring pace continues to improve. That cut number is going to go up.
Goodness gracious me. Should be a law against that for people our age.
Still is nice to marvel at the power.
Yeah, that's hand plus. That's a hand 5.0. Lavoie up on lane 16. And let's have a look at him. He's on a 5-bagger. Spare in the second frame. A little bit of loft. And the Canadian off and running big time.
He's so patient. Like, he's really displayed a intense amount of patience, and most players do that, but
yes, really patient. That's a good, very good observation. And proving the old proverb, patience is a virtue.
yeah, I mean, 189, 175, 192, and the 192 was a tough game because he should have had Schlossie. Oh,
Nice slow rack there for Ron. The slow rack is a sweet sight. Goodness. Well, we've got some score updates, and the two people, one of them right in front of us is the leader, Mason Edmondson. A little soft there, 884. Michael Fitzgerald, 883, just had a 248. Brent Bowers, 265, down on lanes 1 and 2. That's a big number down that end of the house. 869. Kevin Jenkins, 868, was the leader. Derek Lewis, 847. Matt Zweig hanging around, 841. Zach Harvey jumped up to 7th place with 838. Tim Jacob, 830. Dwayne Mellinger, a former winner here, 808. Ron Sloss, 806. Francois Lavoie, 802. And Randy Turner, 800. So we've got 12 over the card now. It was 11. And the scores underneath that are all pretty close. In fact, all the way down to 37th place. They're within 100 pins of being a chance to make the top 32. So this is showing the value of squad 3, which was one of the last squads to fill.
everyone has squad preference, right, or choice.
Yes,
they can choose what squad they want.
As long as they don't dawdle around signing up. Squad 4 went early. We had a wait list for that. Let's have a look at Eubanks here on lane 17. Reminds me of a Sade song, Smooth Operator.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well played there.
Very good timing, beautiful timing. Here goes Lavoie for a 7-bagger. Ooh, got away with the one there. That could have been a 4-10 split, which is quite prevalent on brand new pins. We always use cubic or AMF pins, and these pins are 3/8s or 3/9s. I believe about the heaviest that's sold in the state of New Mexico. We have them here. They last a bit longer. This year we're on a pace to do close to 10,000 games per lane. And it's nice to get more than a few months out of a pin. Got some strings going over here on this end pair. It's, they're all somewhere between 2-0 and much higher, the 4 bowlers.
Tim Jacob has been bowling superb this morning.
There's that 4-10.
You black clouded him.
Yep.
Steve, you did it.
Yep, I jonered him. Tell you what, a lot of these people were in here yesterday watching, not all of them, but a lot of them came in to town and they watched the 2 o'clock squad, and they've taken note of making more of their spares than what we saw yesterday. Kyle could possibly do with just a tad less speed. Ball doesn't quite have time to read. Have a look at Andre. He's had some trouble on lane 18 since he left that 4-pin that took a while to get respotted. Nice shot. Well, it's the second 5-pin that Kyle King has left on lane 22. Just ease up your speed a tad, and I think you'll be able to get some strikes. Lavoie on a 240 or 250 pace down here. Mason Edmondson Harvey.
Michael Fitzgerald is one of those players too, where even when the scores and the pattern is tough, he can be one of those outlier-like players, and he's trying to do that right now.
Yeah, he bowled very well in the match play last year and lost a tough batch in a late round to be eliminated, but he bowled really well. Here's Lavoie's 10th frame. There's the first one.
So that shot right there to me is also a product of understanding ball choice, right? He's still in urethane, hasn't left urethane, even though he has continued to move in. Now he's in the track, but the understanding of what the ball is still going to do at the end of the pattern. So he's still playing a front to back and really still playing the first 20 to 25 feet. And understanding obviously what the ball is going to do in the back. So he's not going to give the pocket away in this situation. The level again of patience, allowing the his field to develop. His carry has improved, and now he's gone 240, 250 the last 2 games.
Yes, and that'll get him up to 861 if he strikes the fill.
right back.
Decent shot from Harvey. Shoot a small 200. That keeps him about 1040 for 5. Ed Smaglick also made the cut last year, went a long way into the match play. We have double elimination bracket rounds, and he was a contender for quite a while last year.
Francois shoots 259. Some throw reactive on the field there to give it a look.
Andre's very upset with himself there. Could have gone off the sheet for 220, and now he's got a touchy little spare there to convert to make 200. 206 for Harvey. That gets him to 44 over.
I know, but it was the mechanics behind the foul line.
Peterson, a real workhorse. Old school game, and it still works, particularly on sport shots.
He's such a experienced player. Speaking of Vernon, like same thing with Francois, but you know Vernon's experience even goes well beyond Francois to that level. Been a high-level amateur for many years, and still finds time to do ball reviews for Bowler.
Oh boy, bet he's one of the busiest people on planet Earth these days. Every 5 minutes, these companies are bringing out something else.
Like we talked about yesterday.
They must have started in Webster's dictionary to look for new names, and they're up to the Z's. There's a couple of big games right in front of us and right around us. On these 3 pairs of lanes, we've got a 6-bagger by Sloss, a 6-bagger by Fitzgerald, a 7-bagger over on 23 and 24, and a couple of small 200s.
Derek
Good
Lewis
scoring
trying to hang
end.
on too. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, Ron Sloss. Nice reaction. A lot of power behind Ron's deliveries. That's a 7-bagger for Fitzgerald. Now let's see what Kyle does on lane 22. This time he's left 2 5-pins the last 2 times on that lane. Light hits and a very speedy delivery. John Johnson from Colorado coming this way. Needs to get to work. He's got some pins to catch up.
Tim Jacob had the front 6, split in the 7th, strike in the 8th, split in the 9th. That's him right of your screen, 10th frame, and a washout.
Oh, goodness. The wheels fall off quickly.
That's a very tough game. Love to make this. Give himself at least 220. Because he bowled too well to only potentially shoot 208, 9, or 10. Ed Smaglik had a chance to get into the 270s. It's like a 4-pin perhaps. Ed's going to be in the 250s.
Yeah, 258 with a strike for Smaglik. He had 225, 172, 173, 159. And this will get him up to about 980 or so. And there is your new leader, Michael Fitzgerald, 8-bagger.
He strikes so much.
248 for Smaglik, so he's 780, 1080, 983 now. 983 for 5. Wild started with a strike on 13 and 14. Seems to be the toughest scoring pair the last 2 squads. Not too many games over 230 there. Sloss looking for another one. Uh-oh. 256 Ron Sloss. Excellent. That kept him 1 pin ahead of Lavoie. He's now 1062 for 5. Tyler Masterson's gone off the sheet here for a 210. Slowly working his way back to par. 984 for 5. Bowers was hoping for a better result than this. He's left a baby split in the 10th. And
my
made a good adjustment, a little less speed, and rewarded with a cold 8-pin.
The Brett Wolf.
The Brett Wolf. Is this the Brett Wolf next to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Steve.
Good to have you back.
Yes, sir. Pleasure to be back.
Oh, Bowers will be disappointed with that. 170. Could have been anything halfway through the game.
Goodness gracious. That 8-pin was worse than the first one I saw this morning. I forgot who was that? Derek Lewis who left that 8-pin earlier? That was that was the sound of that 8-pin was vicious.
And Dick Weber of old. A wall shot, the 457. One of my favorite looking shots in the old days. Oh boy, that could have been a major turkey. I don't know who that guy is, but he looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's the gentleman I was talking about earlier. I think thought I saw his name. I gotta get that last name on the jersey in a minute. If you're just joining us, this is the end of game number 5. Yep, end of game 5. 21 and 22 finishing up, and to the right there, Michael Fitzgerald's about to hit your screen.
It's a professional turkey by Vern Peterson right then. Very nice delivery.
Fitz has got spare 8 in a row. This is Michael Fitzgerald.
One more strike. He's the high game of the tournament so far. Yep, that's it. Yeah, looking sharp too.
Every time I see him in an event that I'm around or involved in, he strikes so much. Hit the Cactus Classic was pretty difficult pattern. Good shot there from Vern. And I mean, he was outpacing the field by a lot of pins. He was the only one.
Yeah. Had to vault him into the mid 1100s in a hurry. 279 with a spare. So his 5 games so far this morning, Michael Fitzgerald, 195, 222, 218, 248, 279, we assume. And he'll be 162 over. And the leader in the clubhouse at the moment.
Nick, I'm telling you, like literally, you know, every time I see Michael Fitzgerald, he does this kind of stuff. I know that's the joke, but maybe I could get him. He could put me on his payroll, be a part of his team, his traveling team. Derek Lewis.
Yeah, and he's in pretty good shape here too. And Derek was 5th. He had a 187, 247, 241, 172. He missed a couple of single pins in that $170 game, and go off the sheet here and get up to 1070 odd.
A certified double for Kyle King.
Yeah, should have been a certified 4-bagger.
It should have been.
Stone cold 8. Lewis gets a lot of revs on the ball too. Got a nice easy game. Might no, almost knocked it over. 215 for him. That gives him 1062. Pretty close. Good effort for King. He'll still be under the card, but getting closer. 215 Lewis, 1062 for him. Lavoie just left a split after a double. He's down on 13 to 14, the lowest scoring pair on the first day of the tournament. Well, there's some of the scores around us. Mason Edmondson was the leader by a pin, shot 189. He's got 1073. Fitzgerald with that tournament high game thus far of 279, 1162. He's 162 over for 5. 170 for Bowers, dropped off the pace somewhat, 1039. Derek Lewis, 1062. Zach Harvey, 1044. Ron Sloss, 1062. And Francois Lavoie, 1061, all close bowlers to us. And what was 210 for Jacob? I think he was over there. Started with a 6-bagger and open 3. Yeah, 210.
That was for Tim, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Tim Jacob.
Jacob, 210. He's at 1040. I think that's all we've got around here. Dwayne Mellinger Still at the other end of the house. Matt Zweig down there as well. It's Matt Zweig's birthday today.
His mom was in the chat earlier, and she let us know right off the top.
Yeah. It was on my Facebook page this morning. Wished him happy birthday. He finished 4th here last year.
That's right, made the step ladder.
Yeah.
Cortez ran the ladder, or climbed the ladder. Rung by rung.
Mason Edmondson, who was leading before this last game, and he flagged a single pin once, made that one though. Here's Zweig over on 24. Moved down here from the low end. Fitzgerald doesn't get too many shots to make a spare. It's nice when you get one.
It's like he's got a little bit of a Star Wars themed jersey too, which I know always excites people who enjoy Star Wars. Right now it should be noon Eastern. So I hope all of you are well. If you're just joining us for the first time, we have reached game 6, 8-game squads. This is the first squad of the day, but the 3rd squad overall. We had 2 squads yesterday. A little extra incentive to bowl, courtesy of Principal, one of the proud sponsors here of the New Mexico Open. Along with Petrie, New Mexico, T-Mobile, Innovative Auto Solutions, Pabst, and Shamrock Foods.
Shamrock Foods have helped us create a new snack bar menu. We've done very well since we installed that a couple of months ago. Louis Perrone, my front desk manager, also in charge of the snack bar, and business is pretty good.
I had grilled cheese yesterday with green chilies on it. It's great. It's fantastic.
That won't put hairs on your chest. It'll rip them off. The green chili here is powerful stuff. And you'll know all about it if you have a suspect prostate. Edmondson all of a sudden starting to get 9s instead of strikes. Does not bode well.
Did not stick the landing, unforced error there. We still see Gabe, the southpaw, out there hooking it. Matt Zweig is actually nearby now. He's on the high end.
Edmondson getting 9 counts all of a sudden. It's usually not a pleasant sight when you've been striking quite a bit. Maybe time for a ball change for him.
Hello, Kevin, watching from the central UK. Lonnie says, well done again, Steve. The event is amazing. He will be down to bowl next year. And Adrian, thank you for that additional info. Steve mentioned he was, Tyler specifically was an attorney, and I was curious what type.
And let Jordan know I had a fully loaded breakfast burrito ready for him this morning, and he's a no-show. Jordan. Guess I'll just have to eat it myself.
What time do they stop serving breakfast?
Sorry?
What time do y'all stop serving breakfast here at the snack bar?
When we close tonight, it's breakfast all
Oh, you
day.
get breakfast all?
Yeah,
oh,
breakfast all
that's
day.
fantastic.
And our breakfast burritos here at Tenpins are well known in Rio Rancho. Well, let's have a look. Kevin, right back and tell us what bowling centre you play at in central UK. I used to supervise all the AMF centres in England for a couple of years.
Everyday bowler, watching it from Arkansas. I like that name too. Every day we bowl. 23 and 24, starting off well as a group.
Looks like some people are starting to tune in, and nice spare. Having said that, he needs to quit getting 9s and 8s. And another good spare by Michael Fitzgerald, who uncharacteristically missed a single pin in frame 2. Well, Lavoie looking like he's going to shoot about 190 here if he doesn't get a double soon. And Harvey finding some issues on 15 and 16. He's in the 170, 180 range. So we're hoping for a string there, and stopped with a 2-pin. He's down on the end pair, coming this way. This looks like a little bit of a transitional game. Not as many strikes by any stretch as we've been used to the last 2 games.
See, this event back in the day a few years ago was part of like the World Bowling Tour, right?
Yes. In fact, when Doug Stanner was the president of AMF, we were actually talking about creating an AMF World Bowling Tour. And then we tried to become part of the World Bowling Tour when Kevin Dornberger was in charge of World Bowling. And we actually had our tournament listed as a level 3, I think. As level 1 was the highest prize money, level 2, and then a level 3 with special events like ours. And we had a few bowlers that came here to try and get points. Stu Williams was one of them, Beef Stu. But that went away, and of course now International Bowling Federation's got more troubles than Flash Gordon. Yes, they're in trouble. They had the so-called World Cup in Australia last year up on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, and it was very poorly attended. And now the tournament that's scheduled in Kuwait later this year has a lot of member federations that have decided not to participate. So that's an ongoing story at the moment. Well, I don't know if that was a ball change, but Edmonton had his first strike for about 30 minutes. Good look at King right in front of us now.
Washout pickup off camera by Brent Bowers. I can't remember the last time I actually saw Brent throw a bowling ball in person. Like I was there to actually witness it. It's been several years.
Well, he's never bowled here before.
Correct.
And we're happy to have him. He was the general manager at North Rock Lanes before the bowling centre was purchased by Bowmore.
Yeah, he helped me out a ton. Just at various PWBA events that were held at North Rock. Nice double for Mason.
Yeah, and that is a ball change. It's urethane, but it's a different cover. That is illegal, isn't it? That many revs. That's got to be 550 or so.
That's funny. I got to talk to my good friend Jason Thomas, who when we're calling stuff together and looking at events, he's got a way to or a method to quickly calculate one's rev rate by taking a video of it and doing some math. I'll have to get that method down. Kyle King could carry. He'd be all right.
Yeah. Again, when you've got a game where you've got 3 or 4 nines at this level of play, it's unlikely that it's anything in your timing. It's almost always what ball can I get out of the bag that'll carry these corners. Zweig at the break point there. I could actually see that ball almost do a 90-degree turn. That was interesting look from this angle at that.
He's got 3 in a row, 9 spare double.
Yeah, and we don't know what he had in that 5th game. He was on lanes 1 and 2, the other end of the house. But we'll get the score sheets shortly. Jeff Hemer, who runs the Junior Bowlers Tour Southwest, which is almost a misnomer. It's almost half of America these days. He's always somewhere. And he's our tournament director here. Does a great job for us every year, and he's very accurate with scores. And here is
just like
Jeff. Well, let's have a look. We're looking for Zweig, and he had 203 in the last game, but he's doing well here. It's on a 220 pace at the moment. So we'll go through some of the scores for you now that they're official. Mike Fitzgerald well ahead. And that's his first strike this game, though. Having said that, 1162, Mason Edmonton 1073. Made a ball change a couple of frames ago. and has created a turkey because of that. That's a good move. Have a look at that, folks. He had a whole bunch of 9s there and an 8 count, and he finally made a ball change. 9s will tell you the story. They're screaming at you, get this ball out of my hand. It's not going to strike. And he's back on track. Derek Lewis, 1062, along with Ron Sloss, 1061 Lavoie. In a little bit of bother here. Let's have a look at his score. He's on lane 13. He's in the 190 odd range. Brent Bowers, 1059. Kevin Jenkins, 1058. He's at the other end of the house. Zach Harvey and Matt Zweig, 1044. Tim Jacob, 1040. Andrew Kane, a big move, 159, 187, 189, 226, 257. Kane's on 1018. And 12th is one of our former champions, Dwayne Mellinger, at 7 over. So we've definitely got the best scores we've seen in any squad at this point after game 5. 12 people over the card. Zweig at turkey. And a turkey, and a spare in the middle. Oh, Lewis break one up there. Derek Lewis also in the top echelon here. 5th. And that's left a 4-9.
See a player that is not in the top 12, which means that they wouldn't be plus, and you want to know what their scores look like, let me know. Happy to tell you here through our score sheet.
Lavoie double in the 10th. He's going to shoot maybe 198, 199. He's a few lanes away from us on that tough scoring pair, 13 and 14. Nothing to write home about down there. 130, 190, and 2 other 190s. Oh, goodness. It almost looked like one of those silly videos on television where they put the ball through the ceiling tile. Please.
Every show like that has a montage of that same thing. Bowling balls going through the ceiling.
Yeah.
Have you had that happen here before?
I better not.
We knock on some wood.
I'll get the police involved. Annoying watching it. Well, that was worthwhile stopping and starting again. Lavoie finished with 198, I think.
199.
$12.60 for him. And Zweig, after 2 turkeys and a spare in the middle of them, leaves a washout and misses it. 214 for Mason Edmondson. Made a ball change and he's had 5 out of the last 6 shots. Couple of score updates. Edmonton now 1285 for 6 and Lavoie 1260. Only ones of consequence around here that have finished their game. So Harvey's making a move to try and get back to a small 200. He's done that. That's a good effort for him. He was 66 in the 4th. He's going to end up shooting a 2-0. Ball change for Scott Myers. $200 for Harvey. He's got 1244.
Good ball change too for Scott.
Yeah.
Gets him down the lane with ease, especially with a little slower ball speed.
Yeah, like I said before, the score sheet is screaming at people. You know, 9-7 strike, 9-7 strike, 7-6-9 makes the ball change. Got a double. It's not a miracle. It's just what's needed. Wishy-washy there, but good ball change. We'll see what he does when he gets to the 19 and 20 pair.
Oh. Well, if he had left that, that would have just been horrific. It's a good shot though after waiting a few minutes. Thanks to the staff here at Tenpins and More. Getting across the building, making sure everything is taken care of if a call is made as quickly as possible.
Zweig really wanted that one. Screaming 10-pin, 220 if he can make it, and that'll get him into the 60+ range. I don't know about that ball.
It could be time. It could be this pair. Looks like game 7 is underway for about 5 pairs. Game 6 still finishing up. Derek Lewis is about to make the trip down to the low end.
And it looks like he won't be able to get down there quick enough. 170 again.
Yeah, doesn't like this
Maybe
pair.
170. Robert Marion coming this way. He's a perennial cut maker here at Tenpins.
Yeah, I couldn't think of his name. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
But every year he puts himself in contention. What a shot.
He's a big guy, Robert Marion. He's lost some weight, though, I can tell you that, since last year. Trying to get fit for bowling. Very serious bowler out of Colorado.
That's what I need to do.
Oh, good spare for Lewis to give himself 10 pins more than he looked like he was going to get.
I need to get fit for bowling.
If we had slow motion replay, I don't think you could get it slow enough to stop that pin flying across the deck. Goodness gracious. Well, let's see what Fitzgerald does. He's in some bother here. He's had a few 9 counts and just 1 strike. And got out with a 9 count there. Well, that's a poor game for Lewis. 169. He's at 12.31 for 6.
Hello to Carl. I see you in the chat there. Checking in.
Agent Ong Open coming up in October.
October 19th through the 22nd.
And you'll be covering it for bowlstreamtv.com.
That is correct. A lot of action for you. Several qualifying squads. Sweeper. Sponsored by Sweep the Rack Podcast. A big action match. Robert Smith versus Greg Thompson Jr. for $1,000 a game, 5 games. That's just all in one day. Make sure you visit Carl, Agent Ong Open on social media. 10,000 to the winner. Several ways to make some bucks.
If I was Michael's coach now, and I'm not, I'd be hiding that ball. I wouldn't let him see it again. And it looks like he's hanging up in the thumb as well. Oh, the leader in a lot of trouble here, and that ball is going away. Well, something's happening to it. He's fiddling around with the thumb hole. Might have too much tape in it. It's either a really old Rhino or a brand new one. Whatever it is, it does not exactly fit like O.J. Simpson's glove. Yeah, he had 5 gloves on and he put that one on. Goodness. No wonder it didn't fit.
Oh, that's great. What's up, Lance?
Hey Lance, where were you, Mr. 248 average in Phoenix? We would like to have seen you here. Lance lived in Albuquerque for a long time and bowled league here with a big average. Always in the 220s and 230s. It looks like the Phoenix Heat has agreed with him. He averaged 248 to win an award from the association. Well, let's see what Fitzgerald can literally pull out of the bag in his 10th frame. He's 151 in the 9th. And Sloss, a good heart. He's going to get a 4-bagger for a 180. He was 44 in the 4th. That's a good effort for him. Well, 179 for Mr. Sloss. And that gets him to 1241. This pair's really tested Michael Fitzgerald's patience. 195, 222, 218, 248, 279, and now this is going to be 171 at best, and he's had just 1 strike. Last game he had 11 strikes.
I think he's feeling a little bit better about his thumb, though.
Yeah. He's got rid of that green thing.
Felt good about that shot, too.
And I do mean thing.
Eubanks trying to max at 190.
Boy, he can't wait to move to 17 and 18, I can tell you. 68. 111 pins less than the last game. Still in terrific shape though, 130 over. And not quite the leader in the clubhouse anymore. Emil Williams had 1736 yesterday. A young bowler out of Las Cruces that doesn't even have a bowling centre anymore. Akeem bowls out of Fort Bliss and some of the El Paso centres about 40-50 miles south of there.
Whoa. Run away indeed. It's a good break for Kyle King. Wow. What do you think that cut line is going to look like after this squad, Steve?
I think that 25 under is in trouble of getting bumped higher. This is a pretty stout squad. You know, with 3 to go, we had 12 over the card. And we've probably still got 10, even though this game looks like it's hurt most people. Here's the top 8 scores in Game 5: 279, 189, 215, 256, 259, pair of 190s and a 206. And in Game 6, I've got 7 of those scores, the same bowlers: 168, 212, 169, 179, 199, 179, and a 200 even. So definitely something happened between Games 5 and 6 that got everyone scratching their heads. If we get to 210 entries, that's one place in every 4, so we'd be paying 52 or 53 placings this year. And we've got lots of other bonus money, $60 high game awards on each pair of lanes in each squad. We've got people out of cash, high senior, high super senior, and high woman. We've got 3 youth bowlers playing in the tournament for scholarship money, should they win any. And Chad Lucci from 900 Global has donated a bowling ball to the top youth finisher as well. Had a real nice pro-am last night. We had about 100 people on the lanes at 8:30, and that was a lot of fun. And we ended up having one of our special pro-am t-shirts signed by all the pros, and we ended up auctioning it off for $300 to Mike and Donnie Waite, and that $300 is going to be sent to Joy Junction. It's a homeless shelter here in Albuquerque. And here at Tenpins and more, we've been supporting the work of Joy Junction for a long time. And in fact, I remember Dana was on the AMF staff of champions back in the 90s, and there was an exhibition match in Las Vegas, and they were offering money for split conversions and whatnot, and Dana left a 6-7, unusual combination for a lefty, and she spared it and won $300 at that point for Joy Junction as well. And Jeremy Reynolds, who's since passed away, he's the founder of Joy Junction. His wife's now running the organization, and he was actually there to see it, and he was just so excited. It was lovely to see. And then Chad had another t-shirt last night signed by all the pros and presented it to the young girl Amber Blair, who's wheelchair bound, loves to come and watch her brothers bowl, and her dad, and he presented it to her last night. It was very touching. And Rich Coffel, one of our official photographers. In fact, that wall over there, can you get a picture of that wall?
Yeah, we should.
Rich is responsible for every one of those photos on the wall, going all the way back to 2004 and all the way up to Cortez Schenck. You can see them in the background there on the lane 24 side wall. And Rich Koff will be here tomorrow to take the winner of the 19th tournament. Thanks, Rich.
The Wall of Champions.
Yep. Got some great names there too. John Young, David Haynes, Sean Lee, Mark French. In fact, I spoke to Mark from California. He won the 5th tournament, and he bowled with an old ball that he bought off eBay, with an old one of the original urethanes, and probably 28 years old, I think. And he shot a 300 the first game with it when he started match play, and just ran the field. It ended up beating Mark Van Meter of Albuquerque in the final. Then we've got Chris Clerk, who's in the field today. Andrew Kane in the field as well. Eric Hatchett won another one. Jake Buttriff. Craig Knight, of a heck of a bowler, Craig. Could have done anything had he been on tour, that's my opinion. Chris Barnes won it in 2018, his one and only appearance here. Dwayne Mellinger, he's on the way here. We might get to see a bit of Dwayne in the last game. And then Dylan Taylor, who will be bowling in the next squad, and Cortez Shank. Well, let's see what happens in this game. That last one was a little on the rough side of average. So Week started with a double on 21 and 22. We'll get to see him on 19 and 20 in the 8th game.
It's a pretty serious list of champions when you look at it as a group.
Yeah, a lot of titles there, regional and national. Of course, Barnes doing well in the villages this weekend. I think he was a leader of one of the rounds and made a show as well. In fact, what happened over there? Did you get any results?
I think Tom Adcock won last night. Or
Yeah,
yesterday.
Adcock, his 2nd title.
One of my favorite people, well, 2 of them actually, Ed Smagwick and Brent Bowers. Fitzgerald's back in the ball that got him to 270 2 games ago.
And like you mentioned earlier, wearing a Star Wars type shirt, and may the strikes be with him. Well, I still don't know that guy's name, but
I think it's Cody.
Oh, Cody Myers, is it? Yeah, Cody. 180, 190, 160, 220, 2-0, and looking to make a run here in the last couple of games to give himself a shot at the top 32. 32 out of 211 or so will make the cut. So we're paying 1 in 4, so we'll be paying down to about 52nd or 53rd place, along with other special awards. Total this year will be a tournament record. It was already advertised as a tournament record, $70,450, and we'll probably be adding about 4,000 or so to that. And we'll have an amended prize list after the last squad gets on tonight, and we'll announce that on our coverage here. And Rick Zavir asked about Dennis Brown. Yes, he is in the field. He's coming up in the next squad, and bowled very well in the Pro-Am last night. In fact, Dana, my wife, Miller Mackey, had 2 300s last night and a 257. Wow. So she had 857 and 855 the last 2 Pro-Ams, no tap bowling. And I think we've got an incoming here. Airmail. All right, here they come. Let me get typed for you. I'll read them out for you. Mike Fitzgerald, 1330. Mason Edmondson, 1285. Kevin Jenkins still down the other end of the house, 210. So he's at 1268. Matt Zweig, 1263. Francois Lavoie, 1260. Zach Harvey, 1244. Ron Sloss, 1241. Derek Lewis, 1231. Looks like a couple of folks are hanging on here. Brent Bowers, 1228. Andrew Kane, 1220. Tim Jacob 12.19, and still 12 over the card with Dwayne Mellinger at 12.03. Mellinger, the 2019 pre-COVID tournament winner, beat Steve Klompkin in a high-scoring championship match, and he'd just been installed in the Colorado Hall of Fame a few weeks prior, and was real happy with that. And then in 2020, along with a lot of other folks, had some health issues, and he survived that and was selected by Dana Millamaki and Mike Miller as the D. Miller Memorial Encouragement Award winner that year. So 12 over the card. Ed Smaglick knocking on the door. He's 11 under. Kyle King 23 under. Anthony Lavery Spa 26 under. It's like he's having trouble carrying. 170, 190, 190 the last 3 games for him. Got Chelsea Tonsing from Colorado doing fairly well. One of our 15 women in the tournament this year. Just shot a 220 on the low end, and she is at 11.67.
Throws are really good too. She started off 17, 18-ish this morning. Let's make sure you hit the thumbs up if you have not. Steve and I would definitely appreciate that.
Here comes Edmondson on 15 and 16. Just a tad out of camera range, and Edmondson made that ball change when he was in a bit of bother on 17 and 18. He's got a 5-bagger in this game, so he's definitely going to be challenging Michael Fitzgerald to steal the lead. One of our Native American bowlers on the pair next to us as well, 17 and 18. Keyshawn Manning out of Gallup Bowl, Bill Knight Center up there in Gallup. That's about the 5th 5-pin I've seen Kyle King leave. He probably hasn't left any of them since he was in short pants and no beard. That's unusual. Fitzgerald. Nice shot for him. Coming off a 160. You don't want to shoot 2 of them back to back in this place.
A good portion of the field has now made their way left, meaning they've moved left on the lane. Seen a lot of players now around 4th arrow, which makes sense. Another devastating 9-pin on this time for Matt Zweig on 21, but makes sense the way the majority, it looks like, the group as a squad played the lanes, playing them pretty straight to start. And this gradual move left. Speaking of right, though, Dwayne Mellinger's still out there. He's still right. Big shot too on 13 and 14.
Less ball often helps you get into less trouble on touchy shots like this one. Keyshawn Manning, our Native American bowler here on 17 and 18, won our handicap tournament champion of champions a few years ago. He lives in Gallup and he bowls league here in summer twice a week and twice a week in the fall. We're very happy that he travels that far to come bowling with us. Good effort by King just to miss that split. Bowers has had 190 and a 169 after a 265 in game 4. That's hurt him a little bit. He's only 28 over. Robert Marion, let's call him the quiet achiever, the Gary Cooper of bowling.
I really like how he throws this. Every year I say the same thing. And
yeah, he's definitely in better physical shape, and that'll help him tomorrow if he makes the cut, that is. That'll help him in the match play, double elimination rounds.
he's got a little ground to make up.
Yeah, and a few people to pass. You can make up ground, but you've got to pass people as well. Oh, he's deep now, is Fitzgerald. A little too deep on lane 18. The typical lane 18 here is that it's always 3 or 4 boards tighter than 17. Doesn't matter what shots put out on the lanes. This is the end of the house where we have our big sport singles league on, and doesn't matter what you put down on 17 and 18. 18 is always going to hang out there to dry. Looks like a couple of folks might be just a board or two far left. In fact, you know something in this place, we've got cubic or AMF lanes installed. We installed them about 9 years ago. And there's a point where if you move about half a board too far left, you're going to be in all trouble, all sorts of trouble. Another good game for Edmonton. 230 odd puts the pressure on Michael Fitzgerald to not cave to the pressure. Keith Dommer will be over here, an accomplished bowler out of Tucson, and I might give a shout out to Tom Foster. Tom brought up a number of bowlers from Tucson every year, and he's got some injury issues, unable to make the trip this year. He's been a good supporter of the tournament, and also a very good talker of it to the local bowlers down there.
Yikes for.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad a shot, but it did too much of a turn at the break point. Well, 236 for Edmonton. Good effort. $15.21 now, Edmonton, 121 over. Knocking on the door of Emil Williams' leading score from squad 2 yesterday afternoon. Fitzgerald went light on lane 18, but as suspected, lane 17 turned for him nicely. Always turns more, 3 or 4 boards. If you're watching and you're going to be bowling in squad 4 or 5, remember that. Local knowledge still counts for something. 201 for Mellinger. Just over the card at 4 after 7 games.
excuse me, Brent using that ball speed a little bit to his advantage. He had to make a ball change. He was hooking just a little bit too much. Trying to shape it a little bit. Utilizing the ball speed. The angle's a little bit straighter through the front. Still further left though. Four-bagger there for Tyler Albrecht on 15 and 16.
And boy, did he need that. 93 in the 7th. Missed 2 single pins and had a couple of splits as well. It's actually quite satisfying when you're in the doldrums to get a 4 or 5 bagger and shoot $180 out of it. It's better than living off a double for 2-0.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, that's
a good argument.
Yeah. Well, he ended up with 182 out of nothing. Marion just keeps on plugging away. That's going to be too deep. And what the heck do I know? That's a good double. He got plenty of hand in that one.
Steve, that's Michael Fitzgerald, man. Question on Tim. Tim moved on to the the low end of the building. So he's now down on probably 1 and 2. Yeah, he should be on 1 and 2. And we'll finish on 3 and 4.
You ever see that old movie, black and white movie?
That's the name of it?
Al Jolson singing Mammy.
I've heard of that part, like the song part.
Looked like Kyle there. Hey, Mammy. Oh, I love you. How I love you.
I'll try to find the right combo. Where is he at? 14? Minus 23. Last night at during Squad 2, Jeff had joined me in the booth for a little bit, and we were talking about how that game just didn't feel great for the entire squad. Good spare. And you could just tell from people and players around us at that time that the scores weren't very high, which they weren't. There were only 2 games of 200 or better during last night's Squad 2 during Game 5. And
wow.
Jeff had wrote a note.
Yeah.
There were 15 games of 200 or better in Game 5 of this squad.
And not a whole lot of difference in the quality of the overall quality of the field either. But that is an interesting stat, and that's telling a bit of a story there. Michael Fitzgerald taking a re-rack. The 4-pin looked a little off spot there. Probably possibly a good move. If he can get it, wing it right somewhat here, this lane could give him a turkey. Taking a slightly longer approach than he was on the low end. He was real close to the foul line, and now he definitely moved back a little bit there. So it's not just hand position and ball selection, but also where you're standing on the approach and how far back you're standing on the approach compared to where your A game is. A good thinker. He's a good thinker. Marion making a move. Pair of doubles. It's in the 2 teens. Can get to 240 odd if he goes off the sheet here, and that'll bring him up over the card as well. It's only 13 under.
Jeremiah, we look forward to seeing you this evening.
Jeremiah Martin. Talking about revs. There is our personal Mr. Revs with his hand in the ball. Cody Myers out of Lubbock. Good comeback here by John Johnson, 2 out of Colorado, a 4-bagger after 82 in the 6th. Three of his problems were on this particular lane. A split, a missed single pin, and another split. All pairs are not created equal, that's for sure. Oh, good finish by Johnson. Going to make a 200 out of a dreadful start.
Let's see, through the first 2 squads.
Well, this could be a good finish for Michael. Oh, nice one. Just carried the 4-pin. And so much for Edmondson's challenge there. He shot 236, hoping to peg the leader back a little bit. And right now, Fitzgerald is in the 230s himself. And that last one, he went a tad high, and I think he's moved about a board or so, and he's angling his feet just a tad right. See what happens on this one. Oh, nice finish. That's definitely a better green colored ball than that other thing. That old Rhino.
But this one, this is what he was throwing on 21 and 22.
Yeah, I don't know why he ever went to that thing. That the Rhino horned him out.
He must have saw something on that pair that made him immediately get away from it. I mean, I watched Brent Bowers throw a few shots on 19 and 20 early in the game, and they did hook in the middle.
246. Very nice. Takes a 55-pin lead over the left-hander Edmondson from Amarillo. Going into the last game. Looks like our squad's pretty much close to finishing on time.
Yeah, that still was a good shot there, Ed. Square to give him 202. There's Gabe.
Yeah, he needed that one to get over the card. Just now about 9 pins under. Emil, the pleasure's been all mine. And I have to go.
Time to
start collecting money.
Check in
for squad 4.
Squad number 4. All right, well, we'll take it from here.
The one, the squad everyone thinks is always the highest scoring, but it's statistically absolutely not. This one is.
Do you have all the stats from previous years?
No, but
in your head you do.
I've retained my memory, and this is definitely the place to be if you want to get a good number on the board and hope to survive the cut.
Nice.
We'll be back later.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks.
Steve Mackey going to check in squad number 4. Square up with all those folks who need to square up. Brent Bowers said he liked that one. The Tenpin suggested that was false. So Brent can shoot 194. Scott Myers can get into the 220s with 2 more here in the 10th frame. what I was going to say was we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players from A and B squad combined who were 40 over or better. Okay, 40 over or better. I think all 6 of those players are in for me. So that gets you to today. And Michael Fitzgerald, he's going to be in. Mason Edmondson, if he does anything wild, he's in. KJ, again, no bad games. Let's just take the 13 players who were plus after 6 games. If you take all 13 of those players, we assume that they all advance. That's 20 players right there total, with only 12 more spots available. Scott Myers, very nice game. Brent gave away some pins there on that fill. Can't blame him certainly for giving that a look. He got a proton physics, I believe. The UC3 has looked like that's been the one late. Tried an idle that game, I think, also. Nice 225 there for Scott. All right, final game. A quick look at Kyle King, just to see where he's going to play here. He gave the ball return a slight nudge. Good shot. All right, so he looked comfy there. We'll keep our eyes on Kyle King. See how where we can get. Actually, let me get you some Dwayne Mellinger there. Dwayne, I believe, has been, and I can't say for sure, but I watched him game 1 on 23 and 24 playing the gutter. It's game 8. He's still playing the gutter with what looked like a very polished high road. Mellinger striking again, just to the left of your screen. Mellinger came into game 7 at +3. He shot 201 to get him to +4. So this is a big game for Dwayne Mellinger. It's a big game for Kyle King. It's a game for Brent Bowers. Not sure where Chris Clerk or what he shot in Game 7. We'll find that out. But Chris Clerk was 52 under after 6. He's going to be on a 21 and 22. Kyle King just left a 4-pin in Game 2, or Frame 2, excuse me. Mr. Dahmer Keith. After being in this bowling world for several years now, and I learned this very early about like working at the Open Championships. You know, wherever it is you're from, right? So I'm from Chicago originally, still where I live in the burbs now. But sometimes, depending on how much you bowl, if you bowl a lot, then you probably travel to a degree, and you meet other, you know, really good players from varying states and parts of the country, and sometimes certainly the world. Shot there from Smaglick. But I feel like over the years I've really gotten to see like Arizona. Well, there's some players in Arizona. Those of you still listening or watching in the chat, like what's your your like favorite region of the country? Hopefully it's your own state, or maybe your, you know, a metro, you know, the metropolitan Phoenix area or something like that. As an example, which one of those regions or states for you? Say, man, this group of players or this area of the country really is something to see, and I didn't know until I got a chance to see it for myself. Like typically, right, you go to like New York, it's always great players, and that certainly in the States. So I'll take Chicago and the Chicagoland area. You take Northwest Indiana, you go to Indiana certainly. Detroit, Ohio is incredible for bowling. Kansas certainly has produced its fair share of great players.
Scorecards come into me at my table in the ballroom when you're done. Incoming bowlers for D squad. Check-in will begin at about 11:30.
Every day says Hot Springs, Arkansas. Okay. Bobby says South Florida. Heard a few stories historically about players from South Florida. E. Dahmer will take that break. Whoa. Smagler misses a 3-pin to the right. Kevin Jenkins, 8 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare double on 23 and 24. Shot by Brent Bowers. Another ball change. I remember seeing Brent as a youth player. And his game really hasn't, from the grand scheme of things, like looking at his approach, he just did everything a little bit faster. He's got his feet moving quickly though, which always helped create good ball speed. That was something I just was not good at. Robert Marion, 4 in a row. We'll see where Robert is after 7 games. Fitzgerald, another double. He's going to be advancing to the top 32. And he did make a very nice run last year. Look at Dwayne. 10-pin, but a solid start. Again, he was +4 after 7. That we know from seeing his game 7. Kyle King again to a knee. And again, it's a single pin. Split for Marion in the 5th. Michael Fitzgerald makes it 4 in a row next door. A bit of a delay here on 18. Waiting on the 7-game update here. Let me check online just in case I missed it. Well, Matt Zweig can still get it going. Assuming that he is still around the top 5. Let me go check that. Okay. All right, got game 7 for you. Thanks, Jeff, for his hard work. He had a printer struggle here, so Michael Fitzgerald, still the leader, plus 176 after 7. Mason Edmondson second at plus 121. Kevin Jenkins was third at plus 103. Francois Lavoie fourth at plus 68. Matt Zweig fifth at plus 66. Derek Lewis sixth at plus 47. Tim Jacobs seventh at plus 44. Zachary Harvey eighth at plus 40. Andrew Kane ninth at plus 38. Ron Schloss 10th at plus 20. Brent Bowers 11th at plus 18. Dwayne Mellinger 12th at plus 4. Ed Smaglik, since he is on this pair, is 13th at minus 10. Anthony Lavery Spar was 14th at minus 12. Brandon Knowles was 15th at minus 14. Robert Marion is trying to make the climb. He's 16th at minus 15 with a game to go. Kyle King was minus 32. Considering the carry situation for Kyle, but if he can find a way to strike in the 9th and throw 2 in the 10th, he could find his way to plus and give himself a chance for the number. Those are some of the scenarios I see around us. As these lanes 15 through 24, the last group here. Kyle King's going to be on the left of your screen. So let's do it this way. That's a break. Again, King at -32. He can strike out for 239. A lot of the players who were in that top 13 or top 12 finished on the low end of the building. When I was walking down there, I get some scores. I saw Derek Lewis just finishing up, but I didn't get a chance to see what his score was. Hopefully it was enough to remain in the top 32. Bowers. Watch this group. Dwayne Mellinger, 3, 6, 7, 10 conversion in frame number 9. Could be the difference in him advancing in the top 32. What a spare, especially at +4. Smaglik. 10-pin on a double. Dahmer out here. Let's see where Keith is. Well, despite that game 6, if you take game 6 out of play, Fitzgerald might have gotten to +300. That was a stretch. I had to give him +270 though. He's going to shoot 240 again. His last 4 games, 248, 279, 168. I'm sorry, his last 5. Since game 4, 248, 279, 168, 246. He's going to shoot 240 again. It's a big shot there for Brent Bowers. Again, the scenario here for Brent, he's +18. Dwayne Mellinger to the left of your screen. Oh, what a shot, Dwayne. Beautiful pitch. I'm talking about a polished high road. Around 2-3. Still getting it done. Matt Zweig. Big shot in the 10th frame. Zweig's in the top 5, and at least is going to solidify him in the 60s. Big shot here, Kyle King. And King again wraps a 10-pin. Good Lord. Might be enough to get a check. Well, Dwayne Mellinger would love to have had one more there. He leaves a 10-pin, so that if he makes that, that's 205. That would get him to +9. might be all right. Kyle King had a chance to get to plus if he could have doubled. He had been struggling with carry throughout these last few games. And bad carry comes up, rears its ugly head again. Kyle finishes with 217. So now Smaglik trying to run the number down. Kyle King finishes at -15. 201 for Zweig. Plus 67 for Zweig. Robert Marion at -15. What a shot. Splits the 8-9, does Bowers. I haven't seen Brent throw shots like this that really matter in a long, long time. This is fun. Marion gets it done. First one in the 10th. At worst, he's in the 230s. He is going to be plus. Good Lord, again. Smaglik, another 10 pin on the right lane. He's -10. Keith Dahmer is going to be his highest game of the day, his first 200 of the day. Three, 6, 7, 10. We saw that made by Dwayne Mellinger in the 9th. And made again by Robert Marion here in the 10th frame. 234 for Robert Marion. So Robert Marion goes from -15 to +19. In one game, and he's probably on to tomorrow. So the best Ed Smaglik can do is 205, which would get him to -5. He really needed that hit in the 9th. Again, Brent Bowers +18. Right, he can't afford to give any pins back. Albrox. The double there for Tyler. And for Tyler today, he's going to have that tough look throughout the day. Hasn't been able to put too much together. Bowers takes care of the spare. A mark in the 10th. I would feel confident that Brent Bowers is going to be okay. Big shot, first one there for Smaglik. Again, if he gets to 205, that puts him at -5. Tough day here for Keith Dahmer, but he finishes about as strong as you can finish here. Sean Manning finishing strong as well. It's going to finish at 195. We'll put him at -15. Marking the 10th here, and again, I think Brandon's going to be okay. That would move him to +38 if he can fill 20 here. That one kind of rolled out, maybe missed it, and not the easiest of spares here. 258. Sorry if I. He could have gotten to 215, so have added 15 to his total. Filling 20, still in this situation. Good spare. Would have gained him a couple of pins. Now it's just 2, based on the split or the spare. First one in the 10th, the count situation. So +20 is on the line with a strike here for Brent. We'll call it +19. Well, he grinded these last couple. 190, 169, 190, 201, 265 in game 4. Again, Bowers remains alive, +19. Tyler Albrock finishes out with 219. And that will officially do it here for squad number 3 here at the New Mexico Open. Squad 4 is scheduled to begin at approximately 12:30 p.m. Mountain, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. 12:30 p.m. Mountain, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that is coming up next right here on Bowlstream TV. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on your way out if you haven't. And if you have not subscribed to Bowlstream TV, please do so. Turn those notifications on as well. You will be alerted every time we go live, specifically, of course, Squad 4 coming up. I'll double check the time that we should be underway, since we're getting done at approximately, or no, I'm sorry, at 11:49 here. So the lane machine is already making its way down the lane. Let's get you the Squad 4 link too, so you don't have to do too much work. Here is Squad 4. So click that link. It'll take you right to the Squad 4 event page on the Bowlstream TV YouTube channel. So it'll open up a tab for you, and you'll be set for squad number 4. Again, just to recap here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I think we got 5 guaranteed in the top 32 from squad 3. And let's see, Derek Lewis was at 47, Jacob 44, Harvey was at 40, Kane was at 38, Sloss was at 20. Those 5 I don't have scores for, so it's hard to guesstimate. I think Brent Bowers is going to be in, though. Dwayne Mellinger finished at 205, so Dwayne got to +9. That's going to be close. So the potential of the potential of 12 players from this squad could advance. I'm going to give it at least 10. And we'll have the final scores not only for C squad, and then we'll have a combined total to talk about when we return
And C squad bowlers, that wraps
for
up your
Squad 4.
competition this morning. If you still have your yellow scorecard,
Final
they go
announcements
behind
made
table
by
in the
Jeff Hemer.
ballroom. We'll punch out
I'll
those
see you in
numbers
just a
as
little
quickly
bit.
as we
I'm going to
can.
go grab some
Package
food,
from that squad.
maybe a late brunch here at the
And if you're incoming for
at the
D
snack
squad
bar,
and not yet checked in,
and then
Steve
I'll
will
see
take
you in
care of
just a
that
little
over
bit.
at the front desk.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. Big thanks to all of the sponsors here, the New Mexico Open.
They're available in the Pro Shop, 3 different sets of brackets for you. We also have one of our great sponsors at the event of the house, T-Mobile. I live in Seattle.
T-Mobile,
so thank you for sponsoring
Innovative
my
Auto
partners.
Solutions, Paps Blue Ribbon,
They got all
Petrie, New
kinds of great things to
Mexico.
tell you about great options. They are my cell phone provider. They should be yours too.
Principal, and Shamrock. All right, folks, that's going to do it for me. For Steve Mackey, all of the sponsors of this wonderful tournament, the players and the staff, my name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you in about 40 minutes or so. Squad 4 is next. It's the 19th New Mexico Open. Watching it live and only on Bowl Stream TV.